Greetings and welcome to this week's episode of Vampire the Masquerade Beyond Armageddon. Before we begin, I'd like to make a few announcements. First, we are proud to announce that Sabbat the Schism is officially out now. Not only does it delve into the history and lore of the sect, it opens up multiple role-playing options for fans of the game, including new playable clans, elder level powers, and much more. You can find your own copy of Sabbat the Schism in the link below. Second, I'd like to thank RS Experiments, our local musical talent, for graciously providing the custom music you've been enjoying so far, including our awesome main theme song called Haven Dweller. If you enjoy any of the music used during the stream and you'd like to hear more, you can find a full library of Mark's work by clicking the link below to RS Experiments' SoundCloud page. Lastly, if you enjoyed tonight's session and you'd like to see more, be sure to follow both our channels. You can catch us live most Sundays at 7 p.m. CET by tuning in to youtube.com/@EriseGames or at twitch.tv/EriseGames. Alternatively, you can enjoy all our recorded sessions on YouTube. Links below. Remember to like, subscribe, and be sure to leave us feedback and suggestions in the comments below. We hope you enjoy the session. And without further ado, let us delve into the world of darkness in tonight's episode of Vampire the Masquerade Beyond Armageddon. As the sun sets over LA and nightlife begins, a familiar camper van parks at the Haven's parking lot. The door slides open and Abel climbs out, heading towards the elevator and making his way up. Upon reaching the Haven floor, he opens the door to find Olivia on their way out and the rest of the pack doing their own thing around the building.
Good evening.
Serena's reading a book in a lounge.
Yeah, same.
Olivia.
Jasper's also reading a book.
Probably.
Olivia nods to Abel's greeting and says, "Been a while. Good to see you again. I have some experiments to do. Catch up with the rest. I'll get a report from Serena later." And simply goes around you.
Hey, Abel.
Hello. Any shenanigans planned for tonight?
Mm,
Either
Well.
plenty or none at all.
Well, we will be moving in on Santa Monica soon. But so far taking a little bit of a break after finishing my dedication.
Any more visits from our mystery man?
Not to my knowledge.
Nope.
Cyril looks to Jasper.
What is it, Serena?
Were you by any chance stalked out by the mystery man?
I have never met or seen him in person.
Okay.
I've been mostly keeping to myself and doing my own business. Nothing
Good
much.
to know. Good to know. Because he was quite interested in you. And your method of travel.
Yes, I do remember Abel mentioning that.
Well, there's about 3 methods of travel I know that are not usual. So yours just one more.
Well. By the way, Jack. How has Taffington's, and Serena puts up does air quotes, Taffington's run from the tower affected the domain? Do you have any news?
Do I? Well, I remember about him cashing out a big bone with someone of. Do I remember that it was Ventru, or my brain's just
Ventru. Yeah.
with someone of descent from tall African women.
Okay.
But so far, I don't think I have really much about his spectacular leaf.
What about you, Abel? You brought up the mystery man. Has he sought you out once more?
No, but he gave me what he promised me.
At least he's kinda honest. Any news from Isaac?
I was just about to pop through at his place tonight. At one
What
point.
company?
Sure. Last I saw him, he was feeling much like his old self again.
The preacher in a cult sort of way, or burning a motherfucker on the street sort of way?
It's like every smile a dagger kind of way.
I see.
Well, just will pay a visit. It's not that. We've been rather a good thing to be seen every now and then, isn't it, Pack?
And
Otherwise, we've been.
by daggers, I mean the ones that will strike you in the heart and melt it.
Too much romance for me. I prefer dagger in the face. Yeah. Simplifies it a bit. But to each their own.
I don't know. You could be in a Twilight book.
Do that.
Serena snorts.
This book is
Sorry.
as much a disgrace as it is a grace to us. You know that.
It snorts again. I'm more amused at the fact that the both of you know of the book.
You hear some, you know some.
Jasper,
Again.
oh, please finish.
I repeat myself. I'm amused at the fact that the both of you know the book.
Jasper,
Yeah, go on.
Okay.
Jasper, who has been lost in his own thoughts, looks to Serena and asks, "What book?"
Twilight.
You should read it. It's a curious read.
It's positively sparkling.
We missed your humor,
And
man.
Jasper, not understanding anything at all, just asks, "That sounds dubious, at the least."
Jasper, kindly roll me in the background a manipulation occult roll, please.
Mm-hmm.
Is a fire spirit still in the house?
Yes.
Does your fire spirit have a name?
The spirits don't have names.
I guess.
I mean, unless they're old and big, but not like elementals and stuff. And
Makes
even
taking care of
then,
corpses
it's
much
a...
easier.
Yes. Oh, hey, you want to burn something? I'm sure it will be eager to eat up something.
Not in the mood right now. Speaking of Samson, how was the mammoth tree?
The what?
The oldest tree ever? That I made my ghoul get you a base of and got some access to it?
I haven't actually... out of character, Serena... It hasn't gotten to Serena yet.
Serena, I would like you to
Yeah?
roll me stamina and occult, please.
Okay. Does fortitude get added?
Mm-mm. All right. Okay. So, Serena, you sense sort of an odd buildup of something. The room gets a bit warmer. This is something all of you feel. You specifically managed to pinpoint that the fire spirit seems to be the origin.
Serena walks over to the fire spirit to commune with it, giving it some blood.
The flames seem to be growing, even though there's very little to burn.
What are you feeding on? Serena asks the fire spirit.
Do you still feed it blood?
Yes.
Okay. As you allow the blood to slip from your wrist, make a quick perception awareness roll, please. All right.
3 successes?
You sense the blood being absorbed, and you see, sort of in this almost sixth sense, the fading red fumes from your vitae onto the fire spirit. But likewise, there's something else feeding on it.
Feeding on the fire spirit?
No, the vitae. It's almost like it gets divided in two.
I have the ability to perceive spirits, so.
You do. Right now,
Oh, more depth.
it's difficult to sense anything else.
Any further thoughts?
Nothing else here feeding on my blood. Besides the fire spirit.
Yeah, take the whole back. I don't know.
Take the what?
Take the whole back. I don't have a slightest idea.
Serena looks to Jasper. Did you bring something else inside?
Well, I suppose you could say so.
Right, what's in my fireplace?
It's not in your fireplace, but it is interested in your spirit.
Yeah, how
Yeah.
about you keep it away from my spirit?
I'll do so.
Right, what did you bring inside the haven?
Another spirit?
What kind of spirit? It's not a fire spirit.
No, but it's somewhat closely resembling in nature.
I asked a question. I expect a direct answer. I asked what it was. Not give me a roundabout answer, did I? Last I
told you.
checked, I'm still the doctors of the Spacks. Whatever other jobs you might have, within this house, within this Spac, we have a strict hierarchy. So I ask once more, what kind of spirit was just now feeding on my blood in the fireplace which is home to my fire spirit? I expect a simple answer.
A radiation spirit.
Irina looks at you displeased, goes over to her plants and checks the spirits inside of it with the plant spirits.
Looking through the plant spirits, you can see there is sort of a faint light surrounding Jasper, but it keeps very much to itself. If it had to lean in any particular direction, it's leaning towards the fire spirit, almost as if observing with interest, like a snake hovering towards prey.
Keep your radiation spirit away from my fire spirit.
I'll do just that. I've just been speaking with it to ask that he does not cause a scene.
And keep it away from my plants, obviously.
Do we have a Polaroid? Like instant fucking camera thing.
I mean, I know what it is, but I don't own any.
Oh. Radiation can be a fucking problem.
For what?
First of all, about a week ago, there has been some problem at the
Oh, right,
nuclear power
Jasper,
station.
did you go to that nuclear plant?
Jasper raises an eyebrow. I went to a power plant.
I
So I don't know if it's the one you're speaking of.
Serena names the one that she's speaking about.
Yes, I did.
Well, now we know where you got it.
Abel, do you by chance have a Polaroid or some film camera?
Maybe.
Mind if I borrow it?
Just have to go to the van and search for it.
If you please.
Well, Abel returns with a camera that clearly has seen some wear and tear. And it's probably, from the actual 80s or something. Should have some juice in it.
I'll just snap a willy-nilly pic of Jasper. Any of you remember what happened in Eastern Europe about 40 years ago?
Chernobyl?
Yes. Have you seen the pictures?
No.
They were grainy as fuck. Is Abel's camera a instant camera, or would have to develop the film?
I think it's an instant camera.
Yeah, we can say it's an instant camera just for plot reasons.
Yeah. Jack will just be letting the picture cool. Well, if he's radioactive, we have a problem.
By the way, Miguel, would Serena by any chance, because of the random stuff that she likes to collect, would she have any Geiger meter? A Geiger meter.
They're not expensive.
A
they're
Geiger
just-
counter.
It takes long to get.
I can roll.
Okay, roll me a 1d10. 7 and above, you have one.
A Pelesse.
Pelesse.
It's a 9.
Yeah, you do have one.
Serena is like, oh, just a second.
It's like in the back, you know?
Yes,
Yes,
you
the
hear
boxes
Serena
we still
just tap
have.
away. You hear Serena tap away into a closet.
You hear a few
you hear
things
a
fall to the
screech-
ground.
wait.
and-
You hear a screech from the creature she has on the wall for food for Cecil. and a slap. And then, quiet. And then some knocking about, and then Serena comes out with a Geiger meter.
Mhm.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Alexa, what the hell?
She's not sure how to help with that, okay?
So,
Leave her
Jack, as you finish
Yeah.
shaking this picture, you look at it. I am not entirely familiar with how Polaroids become grainy due to radiation. If it's about
Radiation
the
just
picture
basically, like,
itself, or
burns out the-
if it's the development of the picture.
It burns out part of the film. So in older cameras, like when you have
Yeah,
to
so
develop
it's during the development of the
Yeah.
picture. Yeah. So
No,
the
it's
picture.
just the picture itself that gets like kind of obliterated by gamma rays.
Okay.
So the film itself would be damaged.
Okay. But it's during the development of the picture, not, the camera capturing the image of
The
something.
camera doesn't see like the
Yeah.
radiation. Radiation just
So
damages the
the
film.
picture is clear. And you
Serena
now
comes
have
out with a Geiger meter.
and now you have a picture of Jasper, which is very much a breach of the silence if you show it to anyone.
Fire spirit.
Feed it to the fire spirit.
Yep, just
Serena,
Serena comes out with a Geiger meter.
Okay. How do you want to like measure?
He goes
the
up to
situation?
Jasper.
Like right up to
He
him.
just goes up. Yep.
Okay.
you know those temperature meters, like when you have to scan the forehead.
You hold it up to Jasper's forehead. Jasper, this is mildly
No,
annoying.
I just move all around it. I just move around him.
Okay, Jasper, this is still mildly annoying, but Serena, as you essentially measure Jasper's surroundings, you don't find any odd levels of radiation until you go right above his shoulder, and for like a fraction of a second, the meter just goes, and then it stops.
Serena, using the plant spirits, right? Who saw the glow? She's going to basically use the plant spirit eyes to, to move her hand into the area where the spirit is.
Okay. As you approach it, it constantly seems to evade you. Jasper, you are very aware that this is aggravating it.
Celerity.
Serena, please stop. You are making it angry, and you don't need to worry. He is currently not giving out any harmful radiation.
Well, actually, wherever it is, that's where you have the rating go up. You're familiar with what this is? A Geiger
Yes.
meter. Okay,
Yes.
so wherever it is, that's where it's going off charts. But I suppose it's not really like emitting or leaving any trace. Serena just like scans the area where it was before.
Allow me to roll something.
Okay. Like she would use like the eyes of the plants,
Mm-hmm. In that case,
to see where it had
you're
been
gonna-
before, so
Yeah.
that I'm not touching it.
So you continue to like go around Jasper, and while you're not chasing it specifically, you are still kind of trying to measure it. Jasper and Serena, both of you sense the spirit sort of getting aggravated and specifically lash out for a second. And Serena, the Geiger counter starts to go fucking crazy.
Okay.
As it lashes out, Jasper will use the 4th level of it and absorb this radiation so it does not harm Serena.
And the
or
Geiger
anyone.
counter
Hotpoint.
goes immediately to 0.
It's not going to.
Once
Radiation
again,
does not harm
please
vampires.
stop.
Either way, Serena throws the Geiger counter back onto the chair. Well, no, she just puts it on some random shelf. And everybody
for it to
knows.
never be remembered again.
Exactly.
It will be lost there forever.
Yes.
Well, either way, it's not leaving traces of radiation unless it's active, so nothing to worry about here, Jax. we're not attracting the mortals or mortal institutions due to this new spirit around us. Jasper, you still should be careful. Modern. Let me finish. Modern mortal surveillances and institutions monitor sudden radiation spikes and so on, okay? So sudden radiation spikes in the middle of LA is going to be of interest. You could be in danger. You could be in danger of like bringing mortal authorities to our doorstep, okay?
And if you thought Internal Revenue Service is bad, my man, you haven't tried it all.
It's just
That's what I meant
very
by
curious,
actively sparkling.
Serena. That
What?
this spirit is just very curious. He has been, well, locked up all his life, so he is still getting used to the new world and keeping.
What I'm saying is that you're responsible. Okay?
Yes, that is why I have gone through a very long process and instinctively, so to learn its way so I can absorb any radiation he might leave behind that might, get others' attention.
Good. Sorry, Abel, did you say something?
Abel was just mumbling under his breath.
He said something about sparkles, and he didn't mean it the way it is in Twilight. Which I find hilarious. But, okay, that is kinda cleared. What is the plan for Santa Monica?
Well, we have the witches.
Mhm.
Given my recent dedication, I have also learned a new ritual. We have our allies with the witches, so we're going to launch an attack. I am gathering currently information about positions of anarchs and so on. And, well, I expect that Erise would not be something easy to catch. And we launch our attack closer to the middle of the night. Even if Therese gets away,
We got
new
Santa Monica.
No, not only that, I will still get her when you guys go to sleep. That is the power that I will be able to wield through my new divine patron.
That is, admittedly, fucking dope.
So all I will need is my ghoul to drive me to where she will be asleep.
Next on the agenda, our Lost Gargoyle.
Well, we know where he is. In the Venture
True.
Tower. And
We know
it's a good
looking for a woman as well.
gargoyle woman. Well, problem is, we can't really get inside of there. I'm pretty sure whatever we felt in the Shadowlands was just a mere fraction of what we would have felt if we actually went inside.
I can counter some of it, but not all of it.
You're just one man.
True.
By the way, did you take care of your... of the library, Jack?
You mean Freya's library?
You mean our library?
Well, getting the building isn't really that easy, especially since she probably owns it and tries to get lost as much as she can. But
So you've yet to take care of that loose end.
yeah,
You should hurry up.
I'm working on something that will make it real easy.
Well
Abel,
then.
if I may, I would like to ask you for a quick wits occult, please. And I will give you the results in PMs.
Well, progress is not as quick as I'd like it to be. Freya is a loose end that we should take care of before we move on with the rest of our plans.
Well, what I plan to do is instead of breaching the defenses, just go past them. It might take a bit of time. Since she loves tradition so much, should I send her a black flower?
Irina just looks at you confused.
Oh, you don't know about the age-old tradition of amaranth?
Oh,
Yeah, this one. She does love her traditions.
I was thinking more of the six traditions when you said that.
Which traditions?
The six traditions.
Yeah. But you kind of forfeit your rights to them when you try to, I don't know, play everybody.
Well then.
Okay. So, Freya, Larry, Erise, what else haven't we discussed that we kinda should have?
What about the pages from of the Book of
I
Not?
brought them all down.
Did you give them to me?
Probably.
Okay, let's assume you give them to me now.
Yeah.
How many pages is it?
Miguel.
Sorry, were you asking that to Jack or?
For you?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Jack, but we're talking about the pages you collected. Yeah,
from Strider's collection.
correct.
I just memorized them all.
You memorize them all. Okay.
And I wrote them down.
It is a pretty hefty set of like kind of hard to give you a set number. But I can tell you it's about a fourth of the book you're thinking about.
Okay, well, you can basically let us know later the exact pages.
Mm-hmm. But it's about a fourth, so
It
the
is a
number
big
is not small when it comes to this type of find.
Is it already translated or is it in Aramaic?
It's not translated yet.
But is it like one of the languages I already translated before?
It is.
Yeah, so when Serena gets those, she goes to her room and you can hear a scanner starting to scan the pages.
Based.
And then she comes out, well, I've started the process. It'll finish by tonight. Decoding.
Efficiency.
Yes, why should I do it by hand?
Now, problem is, do you know what language it is, actually?
Aramaic? Ancient Aramaic?
Yeah, I don't believe computers come with keyboards for this.
No, but I've already translated text from that.
Yes, I
On
know.
multiple. I got image recognition.
I know.
Uh-huh.
Computer doesn't have it as a default font, and I don't feel like writing my own.
Yes, so what are you talking about? That's not how the process works.
That's the problem I had to face when I had to write them all down.
Ah, I see.
Would there ever be like kind of device, whatever, that you connect to your head and just upload the stuff to a computer?
I mean, I'm pretty sure there will be. They're already working on something like that.
I guess. Oh my god, I just see the dot on the map. We're deep into the fucking LA mountains.
Apologies, that is from... I forgot to reset the map. There you go. My apologies.
The pack just decided to hitchhike into LA mountains and never come back.
Thoroughly fucked off from all of this shit.
Yes. So, anything left we need to do? Or have to do?
Well, you will soon need to start. Well, first I will need to hear back from Dorothea. Oh, by the way, currently his technology ban is only on LA. But Olivia did say that there's been movements that the hunters are gonna be a bit of a bigger problem, so we should keep an eye out.
Have Vikas said, or like written any or called about
yes.
Beckett? Miguel?
Not yet.
Okay. I'm not pushing that, I'm just asking.
Soon.
But it's soon.
You're waiting for Beckett.
Well, Vikas did tell that Beckett is probably most knowledgeable among us on what happened here 20 years ago with the coffin, so...
I see.
Plus, you do remember how the meeting went last time?
I do.
That was funny.
I don't remember anything funny about Cecil dying.
Well, I meant meeting with Beckett and Vikas. The latter part was really tragic. And don't worry, you're gonna make them pay the way only you can. So yeah. That's probably it for today's rounds.
Well then, I suppose we can go to with Abel to see Isaac. It's good to make the rounds and be visible in the Sabbat domain every now and
Yeah.
then.
You know, establishing that you're gonna be a good archbishop. Shall we?
Serena looks to Abel. Well, shall we go visit Isaac?
Abel kind of like snaps out of some inner monologue. So, yeah, sure, yeah. Let's go see. Let's go see the priest.
All right. Does anyone stay behind? Namely, Jasper? Are you going or are you staying?
I could possibly go.
Okay.
Yes.
In that case, all of you descend to the parking lot in the basement. Am I correct in assuming you bring the camper van and whatever car Serena
Yep.
decides to drive?
Yep.
Or are you all...
Serena drives the sports car.
Shotgun.
Okay.
Does Jack say that?
Yes.
Okay, Serena drives in the sports car. Jack goes on top of the car with a shotgun.
Nope.
So, you begin to drive through East LA, making your way north. As you approach the church, Abel, the voice rings once more in the back of your mind. And you hear its soothing whispers. I'm aware you can't trust me, but I am on your side.
Well, yeah, I tell him back, basically. I'm sure you can... Things... Need it.
We're getting a bit of background noise and it's sort of canceling out. Can you
Demon
repeat what you
stuck
said?
from the abyss.
Can you repeat, Abel, please?
I said that I'm sure you will be able to shed some more light to the matter when it is required.
The response is a rather calm, so I shall, as it fades into the back of your mind. Notably, compared to the previous experience you've had, it doesn't feel as heavy a weight to bear. It almost feels like when it stops talking, it's sort of like a weight that was lifted from you simply gets gently placed back, as if the entity fades away. And you approach the church, parking the cars wherever you desire. And I do have to ask because Jasper is with you. Jasper, if you are leaving the car, how are you dressed?
trench coat, hat that hides most of my figure.
All right. All of you make your way out of your respective vehicles, and if everyone wishes to, you make your way to the church.
Yep.
Abel, as you push the doors open, you are met with the usual sort of midnight mass that takes place in Isaac's church. He seems to be finishing it in this almost this chorus of holy dedication, and it's almost like he nearly plays his congregation like an instrument. His words basically get people to sway one way or the other, to feel one thing or the other. Very clearly, by now, you realize that he uses presence and some other powers you are familiar with to almost bring these people an experience that they can't really find in a regular church. And as he begins to settle down the congregation, to what he calls his acolytes begin to walk down the pews, carrying small trays. As they pass them around each of the pews, people seem to make offerings. However, not a single one places money within the offering plate. They seem to place small vials about this big. And as this happens, Isaac allows another one of what he calls an acolyte. They seem to all be dressed about the same way in these red religious vestments. This acolyte goes up to the podium and flips open a book and begins to read out loud, as Isaac looks to you and gestures to the back and exits through the door at the edge of the church.
So that's an invite, I presume.
Yes.
Well, I make myself towards that door at least.
Mm-hmm. Does anyone?
Sorry. Yep, I follow Isaac. I follow Isaac and Abel.
Okay.
Yeah, same.
All right. Assuming Jasper goes as well, you all
Following the group.
Yeah, you all make your way to the back room. It is as Jack and Abel have seen it before. For Serena and Jasper, who have never seen this room, it's very clearly this former. It used to be quarters for whoever was preaching here before Isaac. Now, it's more like a study. There's not a single wall that's not covered in notes. There's not a single shelf or surface not covered in books and parchment. And at the end of the room, there is a small shrine with a number of symbols essentially laid about of various faiths. Serena and Jack, given your studious nature, and Abel, given your academic knowledge, You'd recognize that most of the texts are religious in nature. They're not of one particular faith. They are of a diversity of topics. And once again, Abel and Jack, you see Isaac's usual symbol of his church, that sort of hollow sun shape, surrounded by these sharp edges. You see a pendant with the symbol laying on his desk next to some reading tools. Isaac seems to take off his coat, leaving only his shirt. He hangs the coat in a hanger and turns to the four of you. To what do I owe this visit, brothers and sisters?
I'm truly just checking how you're doing.
I've been doing better, though things have been quieter than before. I'm not sure what that means, but it feels like something is on its way. I've been preparing as best I can.
It's a quiet before the storm.
So to speak, but it's a quiet I've not experienced since my embrace.
Care to specify how quiet, what quiet, like how different it is?
Well, Abel surely is aware of this, and I believe, though I don't sense the connection with you anymore, Jack, but I am aware you had it at some point at least. I'm not sure how you got rid of it. When you have access to certain realms, it can get very loud. For me, apparently it got very, very loud. Very often. Recently, it's only been a single one, a dominant voice.
Since about when?
A new voice.
Well, I'm not sure if it's new or not. It was a bit of a cacophony before. Now it's just this one.
Since about
Yes.
when? If I might.
It's been a few weeks, I think.
Be a bit more specific.
I'm afraid I can't.
Okay.
That's about it.
Before the incident at the Griffiths Park or after?
After. Definitely after. Something is on its way. I'm not sure what, but something.
How have you been preparing?
Well, I've been tending to the future harvest, so to speak. My flock has grown tremendously, and so it should. I've been selecting the most promising candidates and making more of us.
Did that threat in Norsoleil, that's been taken care of now? No longer
Well,
an issue?
so and so. I don't know where the thing has gone. It's not bothered me since.
And what was the last thing it said to you before going silent?
Silent. It hasn't gone silent.
It doesn't go silent.
Well,
It is
quieter then.
quiet.
Well, previously it was a cacophony of bad ideas and clear manipulation. Now I'm not so sure. It's a single voice and it doesn't feel like the others. It very much feels like someone who's on our side, warning us of something coming. Apparently a war of some kind.
Would you say it was about a month ago when it's kinda stopped being so loud?
More or less, I believe. More or less.
Syrian looks to Jack.
I guess, yeah.
What is... Should I be aware of something?
You shouldn't be worried about it.
Yes.
That sounds like I
Not
should be
to-
aware of something.
Not yet.
No. If it
Ever,
was so,
not yet.
and either way, like you said, you've been hearing it, didn't you?
Well, yes.
Well, then there we go. So it can communicate with you. So if it wanted to make you aware of, make you privy to specifics, it would, right?
I suppose. Though
There we
it
go.
did share quite a few specifics, as you'd call it.
Yeah, what do you guys know? I mean, do you have any theories who it could be? The new voice?
I would need to know how it sounds to say if it's familiar.
Sounds angelic, for lack of a better word.
Serena looks to Jack with like a very disbelieving, just like a very disbelieving face.
Well, the world is really fucked. Yeah, Does it feel like what they described as a presence I felt at the bottom of the ocean?
Fuck no.
Nope. Okay.
No, not even close.
Okay, I don't think but that's actually more concerning. Okay, I don't think of that.
Well, if we go by the big fucking book, maybe they just repented.
Angelic is the furthest.
I
But
would
then again-
love to know what you are talking about. It does pertain to me to some extent, and it is in the interest of the sword that we help each other, yeah?
Yes, well, then there's also commands from higher above in the source that we're also meant to obey, isn't there?
Yeah.
Fair.
But, so about a month ago, an angelic voice took over all the other demon voices.
Well, it became dominant for sure.
Hmm. Well, that's certainly a new thing. What is the specifics that it shared?
Well, there will be a war. We need to prepare ourselves, and supposedly, it will claim more than just mere sacrifices from us.
Well, Gehenna is upon us.
It sounded larger
It
than Gehenna.
never wasn't.
It sounded larger than Gehenna, if that's even possible.
Well, different cultures and different people have many different, well, end of time scenario. What
Well,
if
then.
they're just a combination of the different views into one massive war?
Well, then, Isaac, it's been good to see you. I
Um,
will be soon. I have another
one
thing
moment.
to ask you about.
As you're about to say this, you
Yeah.
are interrupted by almost a reverberating voice around the room. Um, it's a voice that sounds as if it comes from high above. It echoes through the room, and it feels comforting, but also dauntingly large. Like looking up at the night sky, realizing there's no real end to it. There's no wall at the end of it. It's just infinite. That's almost the feeling you get. And the voice simply says, I am the bringer of truths. Isaac immediately falls to his knees and begins praying.
Verena just is like, Mother taught me never to trust me in the disembodied voice, unless you know what's the origin. Internet Security 101.
Your mother was a wise woman.
It wasn't my mother. Internet didn't exist at that time.
I mean about disembodied voices. So, bringer of truth, I assume you, as everybody else, need something for something. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Mhm.
Very well.
By the way, perception awareness.
Same.
1, 2, 3,
You
4,
can
5.
have it.
4 successes.
I spoke to
Perception
the voices in my
awareness?
head and I lost.
Yes,
Okay.
awareness. I want to first know how it feels. How the presence feels.
It feels... It feels very real, but at the same time... It's odd. It is a voice, but it almost feels like the concept of a voice. Not quite a voice by itself. And it... After a moment, you begin to hear this almost rumble building up, and the voice speaks once more. New Moon is the best book of the series. And Isaac looks up with a very confused face.
He's laughing.
Oh my god! Who did that?
Oh, I'm just as confused as you are, guys.
Again, what book is he talking about, Serena and Jack? You seem to know.
I will get you the whole fucking bookcase of it. Collector's edition. On me.
I've
But you
never
have to read
struggled
it all.
harder to keep a straight face.
Marina.
Do I feel live from Abel? He was saying
It's
that
pretty
he has nothing
it's
to do
pretty
with it.
clear when Isaac looks up confused and you guys just look around the room. Given previous context of tonight, you just look to Abel and he has a bit of a cheeky smile.
Anyway, that's how he sounds.
I see.
Abel.
Never ceases to impress, okay?
I need a cigarette now.
Yep.
Serena's still chuckling. It's like, okay, well, at least it definitely doesn't sound, well, actually,
Doesn't sound like a demon.
yes, but also that feeling, Jack.
Mm.
Felt familiar, didn't it?
Sorry?
Didn't it sort of like the, like the infinite of the night felt familiar, didn't it?
Did it? Because
I
I didn't
mean,
really feel for it.
that one aspect of it is somewhat familiar, but it's sort of
Well.
like saying, you look at two goths, the black in one of the goth's clothes is similar to the other. It's just not necessarily the same person just because of that, but
Yeah.
the aspect
fair
is
enough.
similar. Yeah.
Well, either way, I don't think we have currently any information based on that. But do be wary. After all, quoting Harry Potter, never trust a sink if you don't know where its brain is. But Isaac, it's good to see you doing better. I have a question for you.
Isaac at this
Suresh.
point has gotten up and dusts himself off with a bit of an annoyed look towards Abel and then turns to you. Yes.
Can I count on your support in the coming nights when I shall be taking Santa Monica?
You'll be taking Santa Monica.
I'll be taking Santa Monica.
What kind of support would you wish to have?
Military support. Military support. We have other allies, but nonetheless.
The more the merrier.
The more the merrier, plus somebody who can keep an eye out on the movements as well. Within the Sabbat territory, given you know who and you know what.
I'm not one for wanton violence.
It won't be
This-
wanton violence. It will be a resolute strike.
It's a
In which I
war
have
I
to-
am not called to fight. I would
Then fight on the
rather...
back lines.
If you require assistance, I can offer political sway, I can offer mortal resources, as
I
in
got plenty of
manpower,
those. Got plenty of those.
then there is little I can offer you. My tools of war are not for this war.
Yet you were still aiding the sword in the attack against the Santa Monica before.
Not willingly. It was a direct order from our Archbishop. I would
So-
usually opt to take over a territory by more subtle means rather than violence. But
Well, it wouldn't be a situation like that time. What I would need is somebody in the flanks, watching out for the unwelcome part of the sword making any moves. Given the fact that you're building up your pack once more,
if you get anyone from my pack, you get me and only me.
no. I need someone to keep an eye out. And also, so to say, participate.
My acolytes are currently undergoing training.
I'm not talking about the acolytes again, Isaac. Listen. What I mean is that when I take Santa Monica, I will need somebody to be in the flanks, watching for any unwelcome guests to the sword, those already present and otherwise showing up.
No violence
I wanna-
required?
No, rather I require your unique skill set and tool set to keep an eye out and watch. And afterwards, when I publicly in the sword claim it, you will, in case Ruark tries to claim this victory as his plan, like he did with the 3 counties, none of which was his plan, you will be as one of those who has aided me so that I can claim it as our pack's victory, something in which you've aided. I'm not waiting for the Archbishop to declare another raid. I've already set a plan in motion. And I'm gonna take it so that Ruark cannot become the Archbishop here.
You'll have my support if, and only if, I may establish a presence of my own within the city. Not as Archbishop, but as one of its residents. My church here will remain open, tended to by one of my acolytes.
I think it
and
will
I
be
will
even-
tend to a church there.
Yes, I think. Sirida smiles widely. I think it would be good as well if you establish presence there. It will show a unity, like camaraderie, and I don't see any, any downsides to my own archbishopry there if you were to do that.
Well, so
Absolute.
long as you aid the holy cause, I see no reason not to give you assistance.
Good. So, like I said, it can be just you, it can be also just your acolytes. What I need from you is to be the eyes, to watch. I'll have other allies to do
Well,
the striking.
if
me.
if you are providing help to the holy purpose, I can offer you more than just that. So long as you wield them, I can ask, do you require weapons?
I mean, we already have a stash readied up.
It doesn't hurt to
Um,
take a look.
What kind of weapons did you have in mind?
Follow me. And Isaac basically leaves through the door on the other side of the office. He exits to this almost garden area with a couple of planks covering what looks like a essentially smoking but already put out fireplace. He walks within this garden, following the perimeter of the church, and then with a key that he takes from his belt, he unlocks a pretty heavy-duty door. After unlocking it, he opens it to find a metal door with no handle and a small keypad to the side. He inputs a code, and as the door opens, you see... Actually, give me... Everyone present who has any dots and guns, give me wits and firearms roll.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successes.
Alright. Anyone else? No?
Nope, don't have guns.
Okay. So, Serena and Abel, not only is this what I believe scientifically would be referred to as a fuck ton of guns, some of the stuff here is like military grade modern armaments. So much so that you see one box that, while it is closed, you recognize some of the designations on the box. It is essentially a stockpile of tracer rounds of various calibers.
Serena checks if any of those are like the ones she has. From Marcus.
As in the caliber?
No. As in the ones that she had from, from that military company, military industry. The ones that he shot and then, like, exploded on the next round.
Oh, those. No.
That's quite a stockpile.
Yes, well, a few of our members were born again into our faith, but they used to be essentially war tycoons. They made a significant donation in an effort to help with the holy purpose.
I'm sure if you provide troops that are not, like, in the sense that you meant.
I will not provide you people. I will offer you eyes and ears and armaments, not warriors.
Okay. Understood. Well then. It is good to account for that. If we find that we're missing, I'll warn you in advance.
All right. If you need anything for the road, as a sign of goodwill, help yourselves.
Thank you for the offer. But we're going to get going. Plenty of to prepare, of course. Speak not of this to others. Wouldn't want. And Serena's gaze darkens. Rorik or his child to make a move before we do.
I'll keep it away from unwanted attention.
Oh, and currently, while she has her own suspicions, Victoria still trusts the man enough, though I've been... I don't know if she's warned you or not. I did warn the Archbishop that the Camarilla has gone on technological lockdown.
I'm aware.
Due to... Okay, good.
It's one of the things that allowed me to get this past them, in a way.
Mm-hmm. Well then, do be careful. As currently Rourke does have Her Excellency's ears, but if all goes according to plan, given her loyalty to the cause, she will see the truth. Santa Monica is just the first step.
Hopefully, we can take it with expediency. If the war lasts more than a night, I'm sure...
No, it won't. I have done my own dedication in order to be able to track the Baron down.
Alright, tell me nothing. The less I know, the better.
Serena nods. Now then, we'll take our leave. Abel, if you wish to have a private conversation with Isaac, be my guest. But I shall await you at the parking lot. And Serena nods to Isaac, and then proceeds to leave.
Before you all leave, would you happen to know why someone might be asking for Jasper?
Serena sighs. Does the person happen to look like this? And she describes the mystery man.
Before you start describing, Isaac simply lifts his hand and says, "No, I was simply warned via other means. Someone really wants to find Jasper."
I'm aware.
Well, I would avoid him if at all possible.
Well, I've just given you his description, so avoid.
Very well, but I advise caution. I
advise caution back.
All right. I'm fully aware of how dangerous he can be. Just know that.
Quite old. Very old.
Not just that. There's a tension on him. From things not like us.
Like what exactly?
Entities from beyond that you would be hard-pressed to grasp the significance of. They seem to be afraid of this person, whoever he is. Or at least afraid of what he can accomplish.
Serena looks to Abel. Did you get that vibe?
From the man.
Mm-hmm.
I just got a vibe of a man. A bit
I mean,
weird.
from your entity.
Oh. Well, my entity, whoever our new friend is, said that he regrets what has happened to his family.
I see.
Well, that's all I got out of him.
I see.
Any
No doubt
specific
he.
member of the family?
Could you repeat
No.
that, Jack?
Any specific member of the family?
Oh no, just all of them.
Well, no doubt he is powerful, but I mean
When he
more.
said that,
Hmm?
I remind him of a grandchild.
That's worrying. Regardless, no doubt he is powerful, but I would be more cautious not of what he can do, but what he. The things he can affect.
Yeah.
I've only felt this once in the past, and. Well, it was bad enough that my sire's sire nearly destroyed the UK if he wasn't stopped by. And Isaac simply gestures towards Serena. Point being, regardless of how powerful he is, he's tied to the fate of the world in some way. Best you steer clear unless you are willing to change that fate.
Loud and clear.
Don't worry, none of us are actually seeking him out.
All right. That said, it was a pleasure to see you all again. Please exit this armory, and Abel, if you wish to say something, now's the time.
I wait for the others to leave. Then
Mhm.
I
Take
speak
care.
Isaac. Our new friend me to also prepare and grow the flock, so to speak.
Yes, it's a worrying warning.
I would like you to meet someone who I don't think is ready. Would you give your opinion?
If you bring them here, of course.
All right. I'll let you know.
Of course. And do take care.
You as well.
Yeah. And as you rejoin your packmates, and all of you begin to make your way back to the Haven, we will take a short break, about 15 minutes, and we will be back very soon. See you soon. welcome back. We rejoin the pack as they reunite at the Haven, beginning to settle in after the events that took place at Isaac's church.
Yeah, sorry, I was. Yeah, Jack will just probably go and grab some more books. Because that's kind of how most of us are in the pack.
All right. As Jack goes to fetch some colloquially dubbed nerd material, Abel, your phone vibrates as you get a text. That is what it says.
Oh, I need to make a stop.
You're cutting out a bit.
You're cutting out
Abel.
really bad.
I need to make a quick Hollywood.
Quick what? Hollywood?
With a trip?
Yeah, yes, I have someone I wish to introduce to Isaac,
I see.
to you as well.
Do you want us to go to Hollywood? That's Isaac's domain. I mean, Abram's domain.
Well, you don't have to come.
Do you want us to meet you outside?
Yes.
Okay, let's do that.
Sure.
All right. So, Abel, you may send Caroline whatever details you wish. As for the rest of you, could you just ping on the map where you would like to set up this meeting?
So I think about here.
Yeah, closest would be like around here.
All right. All right. So, Abel drives in his van while the three of you get on your individual cars.
Well, to probably get all into one car, Serena's car.
Yeah.
I
Oh, we have
misspoke.
plenty
That's
of
what I
those.
meant. And as you begin to make your way to the destination, eventually Abel splits from the group. And you find yourselves essentially without your Ravnos companion for a moment.
You forgot to add witty.
Hmm?
You forgot to add witty, Ravna's companion.
Yes.
You mean mischievous?
I wouldn't assume so much. But circling back to what Isaac said. That is Fucking weird.
Well, it's interesting who he wants to introduce to us from Hollywood, nonetheless, isn't it?
That is also true.
And to Isaac.
Which Isaac?
Our
Probably
Isaac.
Our Isaac, yeah.
Speaking of which, as you wait for a few minutes, Jasper quietly meditating in the background, it seems. Eventually, a car begins to approach you, and climbing off of it is Isaac, who spots you and says, "I was called here by Abel. Seems we're meeting someone."
Yes, the person he wanted you to meet.
That soon, right?
Well,
Any
he did
idea
get
who it
attacked.
may be?
Well,
Nope.
given that it's Hollywood, there's a few. But it's all theories. Let's wait for Abel to do the proper introductions.
All right. Suppose we'll wait. Supposedly, it's someone I'm supposed to induct. But we shall see.
Serena looks very. Serena looks deep in thought to that.
Ah, fret not. I don't think it's someone with as little faith as you have would be able to grasp.
Looks at Isaac. I am just recounting a few events.
I'm sure. And yet, Abel is a member of your pack.
Which is why we're waiting for him to introduce properly.
I suppose we'll see. And eventually,
And Serena also rolls her eyes. Someone has a little face. After finishing her dedication, she just rolls her eyes at that.
Isaac doesn't seem to react very much.
Oh, by the way,
Essentially
Serena
thinking
said-
of himself as with a bit of pride.
By the way, Serena sets up the thing, Eyes of the Earth around the area.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just roll for it. Boom, 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 boom. That's difficulty 4. And charisma and occult. Well, that's a lot of successes.
It
Let's
is
just say.
indeed.
It's like with the difficulty 4, 5. With the difficulty 5, that's a lot of successes.
You see into a myriad of apartments and a few streets around the area, as well as a bit into Griffith Park.
Oh, you forgot. You actually forgot. So you see this purple thing?
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly the size of Eyes of the Earth. Like at its max.
Yeah, so you see a bit into Griffith Park.
Yeah. Hollywood. I see into Hollywood.
Apartments
to
and
downtown.
a few streets, yeah.
A few, half of it.
Sure, but there aren't plants in alleyways and shit like that. And not every building has plants in it. Point is, there are blind spots, not a lot of them, but there are blind spots. But as you expand your vision, you eventually spot a familiar camper van driving away from a strip club called Vesuvius. And it begins approaching. Or at
Well,
least
they're on the way back.
going on and moving in your direction.
Well, they're moving in our direction now.
Any idea of who might be in there?
Well, I did not activate the power before I saw who got into the car with Abel. But let me see. Can I catch who's driving the car from any of my vantage points?
Unfortunately, she doesn't seem to be in the passenger seat. She's in the back of the van, and the windows there are incredibly small.
Well, whoever it is, if they're already in the car, they're in the back. And the windows are darkened, so...
I see.
We
What about-
shall see.
What about the two of you, Jasper, Jack? Any idea who it might be?
Nope.
Jasper will try to.
Serena
use his-
just mumbles under her, Serena just remembers, the things that Cecil once asked her to, look for. She looks to Jack. Wanna bet is gonna be a person named Caroline.
You're on.
Right, how much?
10.
10 grand?
Sure.
Good.
And as you make this bet, the van begins approaching. And as it stops a bit away, Abel exits the driver's seat. He looks to you with a slight smile on his face, gives a wave, and knocks on the door. The door opens, and out walks a figure who then accompanies Abel, moving in your general direction. And you recognize the figure as Therese Vorman.
Hello.
Therese
Excuse me.
leans towards Abel and asks, Why are they looking at me like that?
Serena looks, can I, wait, do I recognize a Malkavian?
Kind of hard to tell. But I'll let you roll.
Perception awareness?
Yeah, perception awareness, difficulty. I'll decide the difficulty in the background, but I'll need to check on
Well,
the dots you have.
listen,
Never mind.
listen,
Never mind.
I have a... Listen, never mind and fuck you.
That's
They're a
3
lovely
fucking
couple.
10s.
Yes.
You reach into the cobweb to try and figure out if there's some sort of connection. You attempt to send at least a couple of hints through the cobweb. Hints that wouldn't necessarily broadcast your location, but if someone were to lay their eyes upon you while you're doing this, it would be obvious they're just telling you to look at them. Therese does not seem to react.
Can I see if there's any illusions cast upon the person?
Abel, would it be possible to break an illusion simply by perception? Or would they have to interact with it?
There, I can disbelieve it.
See,
You're cutting off real bad.
you need to.
You need to what?
See through.
Oh,
See
you're
through it?
sorry,
I
guys.
believe like see the unseen works on like the rule works on
Yeah, so anyone with aspects.
chemistry.
Yep.
Well, we have to beat his the dot of the power he uses.
Let me check character sheets and I'll tell you if any of you do.
Let's
Maybe
just
not.
say I've recently invested.
You've recently invested.
Uh-huh.
You've recently invested, indeed. I'll let you.
She
She's
has
hunting for that bag.
I'll let you roll a perception, awareness. No bonuses on this one.
I already rolled one before. But okay.
Do it
Perece.
7 more times.
Yeah, but it's like I already rolled one really good one before,
Yeah.
and I
That's-
just believed it. So
Okay, so this
you know.
this is one success. It's enough. As you peer into it, you sort of realize there are flaws here and there. It looks artificial, to say the least, and the shape of Therese Vorman fades to reveal a much shorter, dark-skinned young woman with admittedly very, very good taste in clothing, and a quite large pair of glasses. She looks
Serena
confused at your
Serena looks to Abel.
eyeballing at her.
Serena looks to Abel. You realize that if you put an illusion on her to make her look like Therese, I can tell apart if she's a Malkavian or not.
Yeah, but I made you look.
Yes, now I see her. Thank you very much. It seems you're in a very mischievous mood today, Abel. By the way, is the illusion should have broken for everyone or only for
Yes.
me?
For everyone.
For everyone.
Technically, see.
Yeah, you're breaking
You're
really,
cutting
really
like
bad.
really fucking
Abel.
bad.
It should break for someone. I canceled the.
Oh, God.
No, still bad.
Yeah.
I don't know. I took the setting.
Okay, we're
I guess
gonna
it somehow made it work.
we're gonna
Yeah.
go on break for a very short amount of time just to fix these technical issues and then return to the sim. So sorry,
Sure.
guys.
Need to.
All right, we can
Alright.
return back to.
Yeah, we're back. Sorry about that, guys. So returning to the scene, there is
So,
this young
Abel.
woman, and Serena was speaking with Abel.
Abel, you realize that if you try to make it seem like you brought Therese here, the first thing I'm going to do is question you, and second, given your today's festivities, I'm going to doubt it and check if it's a Malkavian.
Yeah, but I made you look, didn't I? So, I've achieved
Well,
my part.
I think it's time for introductions, isn't it?
I dropped the illusion.
I already disbelieved this.
It was broken, so
Well, in any case, introductions. This is Caroline, my child. And this is the pack.
Reyna looks to Jack. You gotta
Jack
pay up.
just takes off his watch and gives it to Serena.
Sorry, we had a little bet.
Yeah, just.
And
just-
this is Isaac, my dear friend.
Carol gives sort of a shy wave, and as her eyes dart between all of you, they rest on Jasper, and while she doesn't jump back in fear, her eyes widen slightly and she takes a step back, almost holding her arms.
Reyna looks to her. Oh, don't mind his looks. They're all barks. If you want to be scared about that, you should be more scared of me.
A question. Haven't
Jasper,
we seen
Let's-
Caroline last time we sieged to Santa Monica?
You did indeed.
Yeah.
And also,
And specifically, Abel told her to fuck right off and not be in the middle of this fight.
yes. I
Yeah.
remember seeing you.
Yeah, I do too. Remember that big fucking shadowy monster? Yeah, hi. Jack.
Let's, keep it as an occasion when nobody has to be scared of anyone, right?
Yes, she just looks so terrified of Jasper.
Well, we don't know the reasons for that. Maybe she also has heard that some looking.
No.
Caroline is quiet and just observing.
Reyna looks to Caroline. So, her meeting the pack and learning under Isaac. Is she joining the sword then?
Well, I need Isaac to give his opinion on this matter.
Isaac, this entire time, Isaac had been staring at Carol, and as soon as you say this, Isaac turns to you and says, I think we both know she's approved.
just like that.
Reyna looks to Caroline. And what do you think of all of this?
Caroline seems to, her eyes sort of dart from side to side, and with a bit of a shrug, she just says, I guess. Not like I have much of a choice.
Well, the sword is all about choice.
Yeah.
In fact, you have the choice not to.
Well, not according to what she said, but okay.
Not according to what who said.
As soon as you ask that, she seems to almost catch herself and her lips almost like curl shut.
Don't worry.
You can tell us. There will be no harm.
I'll join you if that's what it takes.
Reyna narrows her eyes. Well, it's more
Well-
alarming if there's somebody else pulling the strings.
I don't think it's a matter of pulling the strings, but more of a matter of safety. Hollywood just is not safe enough
For her, specifically?
for her.
Abrams and I are not exactly on good terms.
I see.
Well, the sword does welcome new vampires occasionally. But if you're really concerned about safety, I know a lady or two.
So she does still need to be baptized before.
Well, if it's going to be Isaac conducting her, it'll be under Isaac's supervision and Isaac's conditions. We all know the rules of the sword. The doctor sends the pack priest, and she looks to the doctor or the pack priest, or one and the same, in certain occasions, as the person who decides on the conditions on joining the sword, the induction process, and how it all goes. If she's going to be under Isaac, then that is for Isaac to decide under his own risk.
Almost speaking over Serena, Isaac takes a step forward with quite a more prideful look than you'd expect from a preacher, and says, I couldn't agree more. I suppose I will handle her induction from here. Thank you, Abel. This is a very valued show of trust. I assure you she'll be loyal to the sword. And with quite a swift motion, Isaac begins to guide Carol away from the group. She sort of looks back to Abel with a confused expression.
I walk over and I kind of like take her hand into her eyes and say, I trust Isaac with my life. You will be in good hands with. He's a kind soul.
She looks to you, and then to Isaac and says, if you say so, I'll trust you.
And I will be with you shortly.
All right.
Sure.
What about... And she looks back in the direction of Hollywood.
I will discuss it with her.
We should.
It is her choice as well.
It's not. She shouldn't be as attached to Abrams as she is.
I'll see what I can do.
You better. And Caroline simply turns and follows Isaac. They get in the car and drive off.
So who's the other damsel in distress?
Oh, just Caroline's adopted mother, I suppose.
Anyone we know of?
Oh, just a club owner.
Serena just like
Do
does
you
a
understand
sigh.
how little does it narrow the search?
Vesuvius, club owner.
Yes.
Vivi.
Hold on. Before any of you know who the fuck that is,
I I have
You have
spied.
done spying, but Jack, you specifically have businesses where you own buildings and do a bit of like property exchange, renting and stuff. Um, roll me for that background. Just roll me. I think it's resources that you included that in. Roll that value in dice.
Yep. Öyleyse. Not so shabby.
All right. Not only do you know who VB is, as in the owner of the club, at one point, while you specifically didn't know who, well, you didn't know who she was in terms of loyalties and sects, you are definitely sure you know who Vivi is. You've spoken with her in negotiations. She didn't actually manage to match the prices you had, and so she walked off with no property.
Well, it's business, nothing personal.
Yeah, but you've seen her, you've met her, you've spoken with her briefly, but
Yeah.
you know who she is.
So, what's the deal with her?
I think she is fed up with the situation as characters.
I see.
So we have to persuade Abrams to let her go, I assume.
I mean, it's not like she's in chains.
Anarchs do like to brag around about their freedoms. So Vesuvius, Isaacs, Abrams. Your call, man.
Well, guess I would need to find out what she really wants to do. And then we can probably discuss it with Abrams.
Again, you're speaking as if she cannot just up and leave.
Have you spoken with Abrams lately?
I have never spoken with Abrams.
I do believe that British would call him a twat.
Well, that just means he has a lot of disgruntled people in his domain, doesn't it?
Also true. I say we go to Vesuvius and you have a chat. Okay, Abel can go to Vesuvius. I can bring you to Abrams. You want to do that?
Why would you want to bring me to Abrams?
Oh, because I don't really like his face. You can fix it.
So you want me to create a distraction while Abel gets another damsel in distress out of Hollywood?
It's just
That
you say
does
that
sound-
shit, and I hear the witch cackle coming from the other room.
Well, either that, or I implore my really shady business tactics. But I don't think that Abram's gonna let her go just like that.
Well, you are the two who have met Abrams. I can do either. I mean, as long as we drive by the center of the thing, I can, how to say? If we drive by the center of, Hollywood, I can set up my Eyes of Earth in that area. I should be able to cover most of it.
Sure.
So why would a Sabbat pack be coming into Abrams and saying to release Vivi?
Don't you want to take over Hollywood as well?
I mean, do you want me to maim Abrams?
I don't really care about him. I care more about Abel. But it's
That is
his
true.
call.
It is
He
his call.
is the holy spirit of the company.
So, Abel, what would you like us to do? Your pack supports you. And I don't mind raising a bit of ruckus in Hollywood.
Well, if she wants to leave currently an abusive relationship, whatever, is there with Abrams, then I think it should be morally right to help
So,
with it.
how do we do this? How do you want to do this?
Well, just go there, talk to her, convince her, ask her to come with us. I don't know if that's enough. She still has that club. She is very attached to it. To the employees of that other as well.
Club and employers are movable to an extent.
Well, yeah, that's the details.
That's the details. Shall we?
Okay.
All right.
So, we're going first to Vesuvius.
Am I assuming correctly that you all go together? No splitting the party or anything?
Well,
Looks to Abel.
75% of the group don't breach the masquerade.
True.
Yeah.
All right. Well, in that case, you get into your respective vehicles, and you begin making
Question.
your... Yes?
Is it really like? Is there a lot of people in there?
It's Hollywood.
It's Hollywood.
It's a strip club in Hollywood.
Then Jasper might, look and Serena says, it might be better that I do not go too many people. We wouldn't want to attract any unwanted attention.
Are you able to make your way back to the Haven, or do you want to wait for us here?
I'll make my way back to the Haven,
All right. Stay safe.
of course.
Any actions Jasper gets up to can be discussed in the ST chat. In the meantime, as Jasper takes the sports car and leaves the three of you with the
Jasper learned
thoroughly
how to
used
drive?
camper van.
Jasper learned how to drive?
Let's say yes, just for simplicity's sake, because otherwise he has to call the most awkward Uber ever.
Leo.
Sure. Well, I should ask, how are you making your way back, Jasper?
So Jasper will walk his way back through, the alleyways and whatnot, going through any place that there aren't too many people.
All
Just
right.
for
You
the
call you an
sake of
Uber?
not.
I could call you. I could ask my ghoul. We
Jasper
could ask
does
the
not
ghoul.
know what this Uber is.
We can.
It's my
best.
ghoul.
It's
Yes,
Voober.
best call.
It's vampire
Call
Uber.
Goulber.
call your Goulber.
I'll just message Leo, like, pick up Jasper at this location, drive him back to Haven.
Ghoul
Jasper-
Uber. Goober.
Goulber.
Jasper's already going. He's not waiting. He hasn't asked for help, so he is not going to take that Uber.
That's fine. So
Okay, I'll
as
just message Leo that cancel the order.
as the group splits and Jasper begins returning to the Haven, the three of you take the vehicles and begin heading towards Vesuvius. As you approach the club, the parking area nearby, guarded by a single security guard in the booth. The guard sees Abel and with a smile gives him a wave and opens the gate. Abel drives in, and then the guard sees the car behind. And as the gate closes, the guard looks out and says, "Can I help you?"
Yeah. I would like to meet the owner of the establishment.
Name?
Jackson Price. I've dealt with her before.
One moment. He closes the window and clicks his radio, seems to ask a question. And then he seems to look towards Abel's camper van, says something else, and after a moment, he opens the window and says, "You have an hour." And the gate opens.
Sure. Whoever the driver is will drive in, I guess.
Mm-hmm. And as the cars are parked, Abel essentially leads you. Abel, which entrance do you take? The back one, or do you go through the front entrance?
Well, I'm always obviously taking.
You cut out.
I'm obviously taking back entrance.
Noted. Yeah. So instead of going to the front of the club, Abel guides you to the back. And after...
I do ask you to maybe wait here until I call you up.
Sure.
Yes, thank you. I will make the introductions
She knows me.
afterwards.
All right. Abel goes in, and the two of you are left outside for quite a bit of time.
Cigarette?
Sure.
As soon as
Are we
you
betting
light,
money against this time on something?
well, as soon as you light your cigarettes, the back door opens again, and Abel simply beckons you in.
Serena throws the cigarette down on the floor, puts it, and then goes in.
Mm-hmm.
I'll follow.
Entering the club, even from the back, the music in the ground floor is incredibly loud. You see the bright red and orange lights shining on the walls, a number of tables and seats where the patrons of the club seem to be enjoying their drinks and watching a show, and you see essentially shadows cast by the lighting on the wall that indicate that a dancer is performing. You climb a set of stairs, stairs that are lit with green LEDs, and as you climb to the second floor, you reach this sort of VIP area with a number of jacuzzis and a small sitting area. And resting on this sofa is an incredibly beautiful woman with very vivid, bright red hair, dressed as a dancer, though looking much paler than what you would expect a human to look. She looks to Abel with a warm smile and then turns her attention to both of you, and the smile slowly fades into more of a
Worried?
more of a smirk put on as a performance, a polite performance.
She's safe.
We're not here to do any harm. Long time no see, by the way, Vivi.
Mm-hmm.
Nice to meet you. In person.
So, I was told I should consider certain options.
More or less, I guess.
Why?
I mean,
Able.
because be your choice.
I know it is. Question is it a good choice?
Well, these are choices of those that we make. I'll know whether they were good or bad. Only in the aftermath. Staying is also a choice. Whether that was a good choice or a bad choice, you will know. When it's too late.
I'm not one for hurting innocents in the name of some obsession with perceived apocalypse events.
Am I?
No, which is
Me?
why I'm
Am I?
listening.
Well, there certainly are. Those among us who are shovelheads through and through, even as time goes by. Never really learning. But I will tell you that much. It is not an obsession with the end times, like alleged end times. We are in those. But Abel is part of our pack, and despite his personal outlooks and so on, he still serves the sword, and he still knows what we're fighting. Who we are fighting.
Oh, there doesn't have to be any fighting. Only fighting for something that you think is right.
See,
suppose.
Abel, I trust you when you say that. I'm not sure I trust them.
I can tell you a little story. Do you happen to know my sire? She's really a mismatch for the clan, a bit. But
What's her name?
Liliana Moreno.
Roll me perception and empathy, please.
Uh-huh.
Can I roll too?
Sure, why not?
Pelese.
1, 2, 3.
The dice are nice to me tonight.
4 successes.
6.
Serena. Actually, I have to make a roll myself. Okay. Serena. You watch her carefully, and you do see a hint of something. You're not quite sure if she recognizes the name, or if she recognized something specific about the name, or if she actually knew this person. She reacted to the name somehow. Jack, given that you have a bit more context, and you do see her, that very masked micro expression on her eyebrow that sort of almost turns into a raise. It's clear that she's more than just familiar with who that is.
So, you must have heard the stories that she somehow died on my hands or something like that, right?
If you are who I think you are, not just a name, but yeah,
I am the keeper.
I've heard the rumors.
Well, she's not that. I'm not this stupid. If she's more useful in different place, pretending to be that for a while, she is there. And she's not really one for massacre either. So there is always a choice. Problem is, when you make a bad one, it leads you inadvertently towards bad results.
There is, I mean, the temptation to fall is forever around us. It is how you manage to navigate this sea of, I suppose. And if you are true to your principles, then you have nothing to worry about. Essentially, what we are offering you the freedom to make your own choices.
Then in what way am I joining the sect?
What do
In a
you
way-
consider? What do you consider best assets?
Apologies.
I mean, what would you like to do? Surely we could confirm or
I want to make sure Caroline is safe. And I want to make sure neither of us needs to murder to be on anyone's good graces, because that's what it is. It's murder.
Serena looks to Abel. She'll do well with Isaac.
Or with Liliana.
Well, that is across the pond.
It is a bit off, yes. But half of Europe is ours already, so
Look. My sire is not someone who is accustomed to not controlling things.
Who is your sire? You talking about Abrams?
Yes.
do I?
No.
Okay.
Well, so was Valent.
Yes, he was really controlling.
And you
The
know what
infamous
happened to him?
grandsire.
You know what happened to him?
What?
Oh, he decided to kill me.
He decided to go beyond what's allowed by the Code of Milan, and he got punished for it.
How?
Well, the Archbishop took his head when he
Wait.
decided to attack his grandchild.
So things are as the stereotype describes, then.
Well, here's the thing. He wasn't
You break
supposed
the
to do
rules,
that.
you pay for it.
See,
Well,
He
I
could
do
have
rem-
issued.
I
Sorry.
don't want
could-
blood on my hands, and I don't want Caroline to have to stoop to that level.
Which
either.
is why she says Isaac.
Isaac don't really believe in killing.
not this Isaac,
Yeah.
another.
A different.
The
we're
our
talking
Isaac.
we're talking about our Isaac.
He's my teacher.
And let's just say in the future warfare, Isaac's aid to me, for example, will be of eyes and ears, and not of soldiers.
Neither he nor his pack will be getting their hands bloody.
Oh, my clan even has a group of swords whose whole shtick is dealing with mortals.
Yes, something that Serena rolled for us, something that a lot of shovelheads tend to forget, that we still need to do business with the mortals. I mean, Serena sits a bit back. I mean, even I have to look very presentable and hide what I am. And that's when she basically lets her, jaw, split. Because... And then go back together. Because, there need to be those people too.
Valor seems to have a bit of an averse reaction to the sight. And then she turns to Abel. Are you sure I'll be able to just exist? No expectations, no blood.
There will be no expectation. If you can serve the sword without getting your hands bloody, you do it. If you can be the eyes, the ears, if you can be the voice for if you can deal with the mortals, if you can take off some of the responsibilities some of the workload that does not entail warfare, then that is something that the warriors don't need to concern themselves over. Can you serve the sword like that?
On one
You
condition.
just do.
Conditions are fine. We haven't said that can be any.
As contrary to what I've said so far, as it may seem, I need someone's head to be sure I can cross that
Whose?
line.
Xavier?
Yeah.
Xavier? Xavier?
You mean Javi?
You mean that fucking shovelhead?
That is one fucking shovelhead. I was a ghoul and he was already one.
I mean, he's already been quite humiliated and put back in place, and forced to take a heavy loss.
See, if you can ensure that bastard's death, and you break my connections from my adoptive sire,
Serena
then
looks
I'm
to
free.
Serena looks to Jack. I mean, we could always invite Javi to a battle if he dies
That
there.
is right.
I want to watch it.
Well, you can always challenge him to a
Well,
duel.
I mean, that is true. If you become part of us. But no, wait, she didn't want to do a duel. Jack, have you been listening? But
She can
actually.
always choose a champion.
Oh, she can choose a champion.
She can.
I am
You're
not
right.
joining anything until I see his head fall.
Hmm.
And I need to see it.
Okay, there's gonna be a bit of technicality. First of all, are you blood bonded to Abrams?
At one point, I was given a blood bond, but Abrams is my adoptive sire. Raised me as his own after I escaped.
Is Javi your sire?
Bring
You're
me that bastard's
awfully.
head.
Hmm.
She's awfully lots of fortune cookie tonight.
I've researched before.
Ah. Look, however you spin the odds, ETC fucking watch, okay? So,
No, I'm not talking about. Look,
does
the-
it matter?
look, baby. So, to bring Javi's head, right? You can't really go willy-nilly and break the unity of the sword. It's not particularly useful, but
There's need to be grounds for a challenge.
we can't challenge him like that, so you watch. Now, like I said,
Unless he's dead, I'm not joining anything.
I heard that. What I'm saying is then you'd have to wait until you wouldn't be able to watch per se.
Film it then.
I mean, that is arrangeable. That can be arranged.
Be sure to take plenty of pictures. And when you
I
do
can
film
even
it, get a good
recreate it.
camera.
That
But
can be
I
arranged.
I can recreate it for you. I've seen it.
Good.
Or you can see every single detail from my memory if you really wanna.
Just get rid of him.
Hmm.
I want that shit saved on a computer.
Very well.
And if you can manage that, and to guarantee that I have to take no lives.
You'll be with Isaac, and he'll be your guarantee. He's a special cook in our domain.
Abel trusts him,
And-
that's what I care about.
Yes. And you'll be with Caroline, so that'll be good for you too.
For the next few hundred years at least, this seemed as reasonable a deal as I can make.
Then, well, either before that.
Do you care what happened to Abrams? I don't really need him dead.
Don't hurt him. He's not a bad man. He's protective. So just leave him be.
And
Any sub clause you want to include in a contract, I suppose?
Just don't hurt him. Don't
I mean, in
take
general,
his
not
power.
only
Don't
about
do
Abrams.
anything like that.
But what if I want to take over Hollywood?
You can take over Santa Monica for all I care. Hollywood is fine. Abrams just wants to exist here with his own. He's dedicated to the Anarch cause, but he knows the battles he can win and the battles he can't. Look, it's
By the way, have
that
you
simple. And as
have you
she's
seen-
talking, her phone rings. She reaches for it, takes it, and begins to take a call. Yeah? Of course. Yeah, of course. Just give me a moment. I'll just, Yeah. Yeah, I'll let you up in a second. Just stay there for a minute. I just need to get ready. I'm busy with well, some visitors. Yeah, everything's fine. She turns off the call, and then turns to you with a bit of an alarmed look and says, I think you need to go. Abel, Penny's here.
Serena does a little smirk.
Would you believe our fucking luck?
Oh, Abel,
Well-
you know her. Good to know.
Vivi, you still have my number, I guess.
Yeah,
So
please.
yeah, if you need any business done, you know. Shall we?
Let's go.
Do you need me here with Penny?
It's fine. The two of you make sure you're not seen coming out. I'll exit with Abel and... she seems quite... She's quiet, but she's very clearly almost on the verge of a panic.
Serena, I'm just gonna like change my face. Because redhead Serena is recognizable. So Serena's just going to quickly change her face into like a generic, like Hollywood
Generic
person.
chick.
Yeah.
You do this, and Valor basically looks to you and says, Did you not hear me? Unseen.
Ah.
Unseen.
Okay.
Because
Okay. I can literally leave unseen.
Good. Then do. Please.
You leave through blood form?
Sure. I'll get her attention away from...
Yeah. Okay. It just aspects is a bitch, so Iris looks to Jax. I'm sure you could also slither your way out of here.
Oh yeah.
Let's do it.
Superhero landed and we just sink into the floor.
Yes, both of us.
Okay.
As they leave, and if there is a brief moment, I'll just give V a hug. I'll hold her and tell her that everything's going to be fine.
Your saving grace is that Jack and Iris cannot say shit in their current forms.
Yeah, Vivi seems to... She hugs you back and says, We have to hurry. She probably recognized... Well, she probably recognized your friend's car. And both of you begin walking down the stairs. Eventually, after a bit of false pleasantries, Vivi takes Penny to the second floor, while Abel, you leave through the back door and rejoin with your packmates.
Well, the packmates would have probably... Wait, did we come on one car?
Nope.
No,
You specifically brought the camper van that Abel usually drives and your sports car.
Well, Serena and Jack would have probably just already like gotten into the car and driven out of Hollywood.
Yeah.
And just pinged and just texted Abel that meeting back at the spot.
Okay, I'm driving to the spot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you guys meet back up on the designated spot.
So Serena looks able. So
So that went well. What next?
It
Serena-
went really well.
Serena opens an Auspex communication channel just with the two. Right then. So
Yeah.
here's the deal. She wants a recording, right? Which
Uh-huh.
means it can't be a monomacy and it cannot be any of us, right? She wants to keep it.
Yeah.
It cannot be any of us. I mean, of course, it's not a big deal. Like, I could always pretend to be Therese, right? The final recording could be of Therese killing, Javi. Or anyone else for that matter, right?
Mm-hmm.
In fact, ironically enough, you know what we could do?
Go on.
Oh, we could
True.
cosplay. We could cosplay Talmahara.
Maybe Rourke?
No.
Keep in mind, I do not fucking reflect on the camera.
I do.
Yes. I can
No,
do
what-
camera work if you want.
No, what I mean is this could be just another attack. Problem is, if it's a recording, then it's best done in the midst of a battle, like the Santa Monica raid, and by, somebody. We could always invite Javi to join us for a battle. Not like he's gonna say no, and then make sure he doesn't come out of there alive. Because a recording would be, difficult to set up. Something she wants to keep. Like, one thing is if it's something that she can see once and then it's destroyed. And even then it's bad if it's any of us. Or we need to find some dirt on Javi, or we need to find a reason why Javi is challenged to a monomacy. He's not
You
gonna
can
survive
look at
one.
this guy wrong and it can trigger a monomacy in him.
No, the thing is, he's in a different pack, right?
That is true.
What if Jesus kills Javi?
Jesus is dead.
Not a lot of people know about that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's sad.
He's outlived
My
his
child.
usefulness. So if Jesus kills him, the Talmahara will know that it is definitely somebody who's a flesh crafter. Okay? The problem is either there's no traces left and Vivi is present for Javi's death. But there's no traces leading back to us. Or it happens during the Santa Monica raid. But that means inviting somebody else, and that means that,
They're
You know.
all back.
that means it's going to be the whole pack, and that means it could get out to Talmahara quicker than what we want it to be.
Well, she can be present for a monomacy, I guess.
Yes, she can be present for monomacy if she's already part of the sword.
Or if nobody knows she's there.
Do you really think that because it's two packs, it's going to have to be observed by Victoria?
Yeah.
It cannot be observed by me, it can't be observed by Javi's pack priest. It has to be observed by Victoria.
We know another priest.
No, it has to be the archbishop or a bishop. And do you think it's going to be Ruark?
Nope.
Exactly.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is a monomacy between the two is going to have to be But like I said, if we're doing the Santa Monica raid,
we could... If we're gonna be doing Santa Monica raid, why not begin that night with Therese? Or, well, not that night, but before that. Why could it not be Therese or Jeanette killing Javi?
That would mean you'd need to sneakily diablerize her before that.
Oh, I don't need to. I'm just going to look like her. Listen, we can record Javi getting killed by Therese.
Or we should probably have to hold back a lot.
Well, Therese is an elder, and she does have, as long as there's dementation used, who else can say for what else she can do? She's an elder.
I would just not use vicissitude, just in case.
Well, obviously. But elders often have celerity. It
Yeah.
is a means for survival.
So we have half a quarter of a plan, I guess.
Well, we have... We can have Therese kill Javi before we do the raid on Santa Monica, or after, or just before, or during. I'd prefer it was just before.
Yeah.
But I will need to know what Javi is doing. I'll find that out. I can track him, and I can find out what he's doing. And then... we'll just set the plan in motion, and if anyone asks... Well, we made the raid on Santa Monica because Therese went so boldly against one of our own.
Well, would there be an option for Xavi challenge one of us for monarchy?
For what?
Well, it's gonna be either you or me, otherwise we're getting it officiated by Victoria.
If it's between packs, it's always officiated by somebody higher.
So yeah.
Javi is not of our pack. I cannot officiate for either of you challenging him.
I'm not really gonna be able to defeat him.
He's not as strong as you think he is.
He's faster than me, for starters.
Not faster than me. Like I said, for a monomacy, we won't be able to record it. That's one. B, because it will be officiated by the Archbishop. By a bishop or somebody higher. And that means you also need to have a good enough reason. Like I said, the easiest thing is to frame Therese.
We can pretty much frame anyone we want with it.
Well, the easiest
Easiest
most
would
convenient.
be one of the
Therese.
Gorman twins.
Exactly. So we'll do that.
Mhm.
Either way, let's discuss the rest back in the Haven and check that Jasper got back home safe. We'll make a decent plan later. After I find out where Javi is, what he's doing, and so on. Either way, it's another thing that's best discussed with Olivia as well.
Let's hope Olivia's back home. Shall
Well,
we?
it's getting late, so...
Let's drive back and see if she's there. Serena, on the way back home, is gonna text Olivia if she's going to be in anytime soon.
Olivia responds saying that in about half an hour
Yeah.
they'll
It's gonna
be
take us
home.
about this time to get back.
By the way, when we get back home, is Jasper home?
Yes.
Did you get back home safe? Jasper.
He's probably AFK.
He's not.
Okay.
So once home, Serena basically waits for Olivia to show up.
Mm-hmm. As stated, takes about half an hour until the front door opens and Olivia walks in with a few poorly cleaned blood stains on her neck and lower jaw, and carrying a plastic bag that seems to contain something sloshing in what clearly smells like blood.
You've told me that you've destroyed Javi's standing before. What is he up to these days?
Same as usual, from what I gather.
So not a big loss.
Well, he's hosting that abomination of a studio in Hollywood.
Mm-hmm. Well then. And Serena, in short, basically tells of the night events to Olivia.
So you want to kill him?
Oh, it's not that he's exactly very useful, is he?
Well, he is plenty useful for what he does.
And he's also in Rourke's pocket.
Pretty much. But
One less
ignoring
in
what
Rourke.
we know, Javier is potentially one of the best warriors currently operating in the area, who is willing to get his hands dirty for very, very little compensation. He's a risk taker who is also skilled. That's
Hands in
something
Rourke's
that people
pocket.
want to keep around. It doesn't matter that he's in Ruark's pocket because no one else knows that. Just us.
Did
Yes.
he used to deal with my grandfather, let's say that? Oh, grandfather.
I don't know. I suppose that would be something your sire would be more informed about than I would be.
Well, old fuck is long dead.
So we do have a necromancer.
That's true.
And you did make a diamond out of his ashes, didn't you?
Ah, yes.
I suppose you can ask him in time.
Well, let's see if his spirit had enough time to brew in his own piss. Is Jasper back anywhere?
Renan.
Yes, I think I found what was wrong.
Yeah. Would you like to call the spirit of Grandpa again? To see if he responds this time?
Fine. We can do that. To the
Before
Shadowlands?
before you do, remember you don't need to ask him outright. Knowing how Wayland was, try to skirt around the issue. Coax him to say what you want him to say. Don't ask him to give you something. Get him to spill the beans himself. If you need to think of a way to do it, think before you call him.
Can I roll to think of a way?
Sure. Let's say int politics.
And politics. Oh, I can do that. Not my biggest motherfucker roll, but Pelese, obviously. That's not bad.
Not bad at all. So Wayland, to you, was known primarily for a couple of things. Number one, the amount of power he used to essentially throw his weight around. Number two, his pride. Motherfucker thought himself as something bigger than God at some point. Now, he's not going to like you very much when he sees you, but if he did have any dealings with Javi, and that's what you want to get out of him, maybe allowing him to brag about it would be a good way to go about it. Maybe doing something more a bit more covert even than that, like maybe mentioning that Javi wants to do something that would usually offend him, like taking over one of his businesses. Maybe that will get him to reveal something. Whatever he reveals may not be as clear as you might want it, but usually with a bit of legwork on your part, you can decipher it.
Yeah.
That's what that amount of successes get you.
Bullshit the bullshitter. Hell yeah.
So,
I guess. Shadowlands.
Do
Just,
we
you know.
need to go to the Shadowlands?
for Jack to see? Yes, most likely.
Well then,
To the basement.
to the basement you go. Serena then, as they leave, turns to Olivia. Well, we know in which pocket she is. I was more thinking, since we know in which pocket Javi is, we could stage it as a killing from Therese and use it as an excuse.
True. We'd have to make it clean, though.
I know. No ashes left on the location. I would be able to.
Maybe put the word out that he's gone to Santa Monica for business, and he simply goes missing. That would be my advice. If we're going to do it this way.
So, lure him to Santa Monica.
Seems easy enough. No evidence left behind. So.
In fact, actually, if we didn't want any evidence, but we wanted to see it, we could be the bait. He wants to see it. She's a bait.
I suppose.
He comes for his child. He comes for his child. He gets off by Therese.
No recordings left? Vivi sees it in person? And we have a
It-
damn good excuse to raid Santa Monica.
It does sound like a good idea. If he takes the bait, that is. If he doesn't. Oh.
Well, let's try to do that then. Vesper says as he is opening a portal to the Shadowlands.
Yep. So,
Keep in mind, 12th fucking floor. Let's go to the basement first.
yeah, you guys go to the basement, and Jasper prepares to open the way. Both of you, Jack and Jasper are going. Anyone else going?
No.
Abel?
Able?
Serena is discussing the idea with Olivia.
Mm-hmm. Abel?
Would Able be able to go
What
to
are
the
the-
woods?
They're
Yeah,
going to the
sure.
Shadowlands.
Yeah, I'll come take a look. Should I bring the sword?
Nope.
Well, when Abel decides to go, Serena looks to Olivia and is like, "I better go just to make sure that everything goes fine."
Oh, God. Fine.
You can join us.
Not after the stories I've been told. Good luck. Don't get yourself killed.
Do you want me to stay?
Kind of, but I know better than to tell you what to do. You'll just do it out of spite. So just be
Should I
careful.
just close the door before Serena joins us?
Entirely up to you.
I'm feeling sassy. I will.
The kids left the house. I repeat, the kids left the house.
Right. So,
Well,
as the kids go to the basement, does Serena follow?
Serena, well, it seems that they don't want me there. Your wish was granted.
Still have my manipulation chops, it seems. And as Jack, Jasper, and Abel all go to the basement, Jasper opens the way, and the three of you step through. As you do, you see the dark surroundings only dotted by the occasional husk that drifts through the Shadowlands. And Jasper prepares what I assume would be a summoning ritual, yes?
He's gonna use the power summon cell, but before that he looks to Jack. Do you have the diamond?
I would have brought it here.
Mm-hmm.
Jasper grabs the diamond and he will attempt to summon soul.
Alright.
It would be a -1 difficulty because I have quote unquote the remains of the deceased.
You do. Modified remains,
literally.
but yes.
Potato, potato. Okay.
So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 successes.
Mm-hmm. You focus on the remains, and as you hold them in front of you and slowly pull them towards your chest, the three of you begin to see something materializing in front of Jasper. It almost feels like your surroundings, as Jasper does this, almost feel like crawling into a pit of worms. It feels wrong in a way. And as Jasper finishes casting this power, a mangled aspect of Waylon, with a very pitch black line across his neck and faint smoke oozing from it, manifests with sort of a contorting motion, and it turns to Jasper, and then turns to both of you. It says, "Just my fucking luck."
What would you expect me to do? To leave you be?
I'm smarter than that.
Apparently not smart enough to not try to fucking kill me in Archbishop's office. But that's beside the point.
Turns out your brat of a mother passed down her bad habits to you, and the uncanny ability to get on my nerves.
Should have gotten better nerves. We have Tsimisi in the sword. They can give you better ones. Oh, not anymore.
I'm going away
But-
now.
Nah, you don't.
You not to go away. We have to talk to you. Well, Jack has. And I'm feeling particularly hungry for a soul if you try to run away.
Of course. Well, go on.
Well, if you want me to go on. Oh. What would you like to share about Javi?
What is there to share?
I don't know. Family rumors. Interesting story.
The glorified shovelhead. You want to know more about that waste of space?
Well, you used to call me and Liliana. What it was? Failure. Yes, failure.
Yeah. You proved me right.
No, you're fucking dead.
Again, I can't be blamed if you made me frenzy. Though that's not really an option right now, is it?
No, I don't think it is. But it kinda tells about a person if you frenzy just because somebody took away your toys, which are not really your toys. Well, guess what? Have you decided to take some more of your toys?
What you talking about?
Well, you used to have businesses, right?
I'm assuming this is a lie.
It is a bullshit of purest fucking quality.
Then please, manipulation and subterfuge, please.
Yep. Persuasive? Mayhaps?
Not
Up to you.
really. No.
Okay.
He's gonna roll
Alas.
to see if he can smell the bullshit in the air.
3 successes.
Okay. He looks to you, and after a moment says, "Well, it's not really surprising, is it?
Not really.
Naturally, after I go, you would try to take over everything, and you've always been shit at taking over businesses.
Like father, like son, I would say.
Like mother, like son, yes.
You taught her well then.
If she only listened. Maybe, if she did.
Well, if she'd listened, she'd be dead beside you. But she didn't.
If she had listened, you wouldn't exist. In fact, if she had listened, at some point, she'd be where you are right now. Only she wouldn't have let Javi pull the fucking rug from under her. Despite the fact that he was bound by a deal regardless.
Well, being as I'm the only way for the deal to not fall, I'd suggest bragging about.
Well, it doesn't matter to me anyway.
Doesn't
If
sound
I
like
tell you about it, would you kindly just let me fucking rest?
I might consider it, yeah. No rest for the wicked, after all.
Fine. The reason why Javi managed to keep his business running was because a good chunk of the criminal background he needed was provided by yours truly. No doubt, after I died and you cocked up the deal, he simply took over. So no, you got nothing.
Oh. That happens sometimes.
I'm sure it does. And on that note, maybe try to tussle with someone more your size, or at least importance. How about you go after some ghouls or something? Because that's practically all you were really good for. Ghoul work.
Nah, I'd enjoy dealing with Gratiano's sire. He's much more enjoyable than you.
You little shit.
Oh no, I'm not.
Yeah, you don't even need to roll. He is fucking fuming.
So I shall probably leave you be.
Good. He turns to Jasper.
On the other hand, have you seen Rourke in a while? Or Keen?
What about him?
Oh, you haven't seen the message I sent Clanwhite?
What the hell do you mean?
Well, some months ago, I gave out a bit of information about those dearest fucking Ventrus. And it even led to one of Tower's keepers lose his shit.
That can't really be. No way. I would have heard about it.
Well, if you haven't seen the info leak,
You're not that fucking important, Jack. He turns to Jasper and says, would you kindly just let me go?
Jasper looks to Jack to see if he is done with his business here.
yeah, I don't really need to prove him anything.
I thought you were going to say how you know, that thing and his name running amok now. But oh well. I guess you can leave.
About what? I didn't hear you.
About the things you were going to go more in depth about what's really happening, but I guess you can leave. If you're done.
Well, there's so
Not
much
really.
happening, you'd have to specify.
What is he talking about?
Jasper, you would really need to specify. I don't understand what you're talking about. Ah, yes.
I'm going to send a mental message to Jack.
The message being? Ah, he's typing. Okay.
Mhm.
Give us a second.
Yeah, in the meantime, Abel is just watching.
It was like mischievous.
Probably thinking, looking out for opportunities he can make Twilight jokes at Wayland's expense. You know, kick the man who can't fight back right now.
It's not fun making
Making what?
making fun of people who can't fight back.
He lost his privilege, okay?
I mean, he can fight back. Just it
Actually,
won't end well for him. Anyway, we're done here, I guess.
well,
You may leave.
I can give him a bit of info to ponder.
What did you do now?
Oh, nothing much. You want to know fun shit, like funnest shit? Venture the Antediluvian is a tall black woman. And I swear to God, I'm not lying.
See, I wish you had actually turned out to be someone.
Well, maybe someone else you didn't anticipate.
Be sure at least you put my legacy to good use. Little shit.
I'll teleport through shadows behind him. I will make my own. Thank you very much.
He sort of sneers in your direction and begins to fade off into the darkness.
Well, that went better than the other spirit that you wanted to call that time.
Well, because this one I didn't kill, and he never really liked me.
I'm pretty sure you're kind of the reason why he died. But hey,
He is the reason he died, okay? If you cannot control yourself, you should at least challenge for a fucking monomacy.
anyway, anyone else you wish to call upon, Jack?
Righteous might of God upon Enoch? Yeah. Let's just get back.
Okay.
All right. And as the three of you make it back into the Skinlands, rejoining with the rest of your pack and catching people up on what's happened, we'll end the session for tonight. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you next week on Beyond Armageddon. Bye-bye.
See ya.